The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered this morning by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord our God, bless this day. Give favor to our labor and consecrate our whole selves to your gracious plan. Be pleased to use us as instruments of your will. Use our hands, that they would reach out at the impulse of your love. Our feet, that they would be swift and sure to follow your direction. Use our voices, that we would magnify your message of mercy, and our words, that they would bear the fruit of love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, and faithfulness. Take our wills and our hearts and make them yours. May we not hold back the spiritual gifts with which you have graced us, that you would reveal yourself through our efforts. All that we are, all that we aim to do, all that we hope to be, we owe to you. We give you our moments, our days, our very lives in gratitude and in faithfulness to you. And may we prove worthy of your faith in us. In your gracious name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led this morning by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee.
Hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of Dick Griffin, a towering figure in Buffalo's legal community and one of our leading citizens. Dick worked to make Buffalo a more just place as a champion of the civil rights movement in the courtroom and as a trusted advisor to national and local civil rights leaders. An attorney for 64 years, he was admired and respected widely for his talent, capability, and legal mind. So much so that later in his career, he was called upon to arbitrate some of the toughest regional legal issues, including that of compensation for the victims of the tragedy of Flight 3407. He cared deeply about his community and played an active role in civic and philanthropic efforts to improve parks, public spaces, and whole neighborhoods. We mourn the loss of Dick Griffin today and extend our condolences to his wife and my friend, Dr. Jane Griffin, and their children, Mary, Ann, Thomas, and Richard. I yield back.
From Minnesota seek recognition.
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address a crisis hurting every household in America. Skyrocketing prices. If you listen to the Biden administration, you'll tell you that this is a, quote, high-class problem. This is a lie propagated by those who have never had to do the mental math at the grocery store to make sure the amount in their cart does not exceed the cash in their wallet. For Democrat leaders, paying 42% more at the pump isn't a problem. I suppose the price of gas isn't a concern if you're riding government-funded high-speed rail in Silicon Valley. More than 90% of my constituents reported that rising prices are impacting their household budgets. Inflation is destroying Americans' ability to save for retirement, buy a home, or build wealth. This isn't a tax on the rich. It's an enormous burden for working Americans. It's not too late to change course. I've introduced legislation to increase the transparency in government spending so that lawmakers will be forced to answer for reckless spending sprees. Moreover, my Retirement Inflation Protection Act will protect Americans from inflation-driven tax burdens right when they enter retirement. This crisis is already hitting home
Gentleman's
for
time has
millions of
expired.
Americans. We must act before it financially cripples generations of Americans to come. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that we do not have economic policies that set women up for success. The pandemic has put a cruel spotlight on these challenges. In fact, 1 out of 4 women have been pushed out of the workforce because the care economy collapsed. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to change this paradigm while supporting a tenuous economic recovery by making transformative investments in America's working women. The Build Back Better agenda invests in child care, paid family leave, home-based care, universal pre-K, and the child tax credit. There is no doubt that the Build Back Better agenda sets up women and their families for short-term and long-term success. And we all know that when women and their families succeed, America succeeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
This month, the current administration made the reckless and undeniably partisan decision to begin reconsultation of the 2019 biological opinions. In its place, the proposed interim operations plan represents a huge step backward in California's effort to protect, restore, and enhance the Delta ecosystem and provide reliable water supplies. The 2019 biops were built on years of research, comprehensive peer reviews, and the best available science. They advise that the most efficient use of water resources while continuing to protect at-risk species. These biops also allow for greater water availability and for the Central Valley farmers that feed the world. Questioning these expert findings is anti-science. I led the entire Republican California delegation in expressing our grave concern to the Secretaries of Interior and Commerce. As the California drought worsens, communities in my district face water shortages and farmers are unable to maintain their crops. I implore my colleagues and this administration to stand up for these suffering families and farmers and stand up for science and reject this outrageous decision. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Sadly, domestic violence has plagued our families and communities in the nation for far too long. Each year, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men in the United States experience domestic violence. In my hometown in Fresno, it has sadly one of the highest rates in California of verified domestic violence calls to the police department. We cannot ignore these staggering statistics, and we must do more to address this crisis. This year, Congress passed the Violence Against Women's Act and the Victims Crime Act, or VOCA-FIX, to prevent violence and expand victim services to our communities. These bills will help organizations that I work with tirelessly to uplift survivors, including the Marjorie Mason Center, the Central La Familia, and the Valley Crisis Center in my district. This week, the House also will be voting on the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act of 2021, of which I am a co-sponsor. This bill aims to improve services for victims of domestic, dating, and family violence, and we need to invest more. I urge my colleagues to join me in advancing these efforts to end the domestic violence. As chair and co-founder of the Congressional Crime Victim Survivors Justice Caucus, it ought to be our priority to benefit those survivors and provide them the resources they deserve. I yield back.
Great, thank you. The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Tom Cavanaugh of Springfield, Illinois, who passed away this past weekend. Tom had decades-long service to Springfield and to Sangamon County. Tom was known as a loyal friend and a consistent advocate for taxpayers. Tom spent 3 decades in public service, serving 4 terms as Sangamon County Treasurer and also County Auditor, Capital Township Supervisor of Assessments, and on the Springfield Park District Board of Trustees. Tom's years of dedicated service in support of Springfield and Sangamon County culminated in his recognition as the Illinois County Official of the Year in 2018 when he was serving as treasurer. Everyone who had the pleasure of knowing Tom knew him for his great sense of humor and commitment to the community he served. Tom always had a knack for finding a way to provide better services at a lower cost for Sangamon and Springfield residents. Tom will be missed by our Springfield community, but his legacy will carry on through the work he did to better Sangamon County. As Central Illinois continues to mourn Tom's loss, my thoughts and prayers remain with his family and loved ones. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ford Motor Company recently announced it's going to place a facility to construct electric trucks at the Memphis mega site in West Tennessee. This site's 50 miles from Memphis, and it's been developed for the purpose of industrial opportunities for people in West Tennessee who need it well, and it affects Memphis. We're happy and proud that Ford picked this site for these jobs and for this important environmental effort to have electric batteries for vehicles and electric trucks. We think Ford will be a great representative in Memphis. They've been a good representative in Louisville, and as the Speaker well knows, Louisville shouldn't get everything. Memphis deserves something too. I appreciate Ford coming to Memphis, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of everything is spiking, from gas to groceries. One of the main reasons for these spikes is that energy costs are soaring. Affordable, reliable energy fuels our economy and our daily lives. But some of my colleagues don't like the affordable, reliable energy that has built our economy and lifted billions of men, women, and children around the world out of poverty. Why? Because this energy has been provided by fossil fuels and nuclear power, energy sources vilified by many wealthy elites and the activist class, those least impacted by these high prices. Make no mistake, when pipelines are blocked, new leasing on federal lands is stopped, and mines are forced to close, working families pay the price. This rush to green is a tax on working families, the middle class, because a larger part of their paychecks are consumed by these increasing prices on items necessary for daily life. The American people should know this race to green is not really about carbon, it's about control. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I am proud to rise in support of the brave men and women of the U.S. Border Patrol. I believe our agents need to know how grateful we are for their service to the United States of America. No doubt they have rewarding careers, but these days it has become a thankless job. Sadly, the media often ignores the role our agents play in humanitarian efforts along our borders. They save lives and rescue women and children who are being trafficked and abused. U.S. Border Patrol agents are some of the most amazing people I have ever met. Every day they risk their lives during confrontations with cartels, coyotes, drug runners, and criminal gangs, all to keep you and I and the sovereignty of our nation safe. It's time we stand in support of these fine men and women, encourage them with prayer, and support them with policies and procedures they need to keep America safe. God bless each one of our U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a very special individual from Brockway, Pennsylvania, Levi Lendenmuth. Earlier this year, Levi was watching Home Alone 2 when he was inspired to do something to help children who are in the hospital. Combining his love of gardening and passion to help others, Levi started Levi's Hope Blossoms. Levi started selling flowers in his hand painted pots, and cans for a $5 donation. All the proceeds from Hope Blossoms go to St. Jude's hospitals, and so far Levi's made over 100 Hope Blossoms, raising nearly $1,000. Now, Levi's efforts to help St. Jude stem from a serious complication that required surgery when he was 5 days old. Now a happy and healthy 7-year-old boy, Levi is committed to giving back to children who were once in his position. Levi sells these colorful planners and can take personal design requests via his Facebook page, Levi's Hope Blossoms. When asked why he started Hope Blossoms, Levi's answer was simple: I don't think kids should have to pay to be healthy. Levi, you are an inspiration to all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. James Freeman of the Wall Street Journal on October the 19th wrote an editorial of how Americans should not be complacent living with less, as jobs are destroyed while inflation accelerates. Quote, selling the Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders era of scarcity won't be easy, and it's going to get much harder if the president and his legislative co-author enact their massive new plan to discourage productive labor. Examining the House version of the plan, economist Casey Mulligan estimates that by reducing incentives to work, the bill's planned expansions of federal benefits will cost 9 million jobs. Already, the COVID-era combination of astronomical government spending and money creation has resulted in too many dollars chasing too few goods. Generations of American consumers have built the largest economy in the world, and various online commentators have suggested a slogan for Democrats running in 2022, expect less, end of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from Afghanistan to America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I will introduce legislation along with 100 other members to recognize the centennial anniversary of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington Cemetery. This Sunday, October 24th, 2021, marks the 100-year anniversary since the body of one unidentified member of the armed forces who died during World War I was selected as the first unknown soldier. Since that date, an unidentified member of the armed forces from World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War have been interred into the tomb. This resolution recognizes the ultimate sacrifice of the unknown soldiers interred at Arlington Cemetery and shows our gratitude and appreciation for all the members of the armed forces. Since the creation of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, members of the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, known as the Old Guard, have protected the sacred site 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. 100 years after the burial of the unknown soldier from World War I, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier continues to be a powerful symbol of service and sacrifice, mourning, and memory. I am proud to introduce a resolution that pays respect to our armed forces and honors the 100-year anniversary of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the words of St. Teresa, death is nothing else but going home to God, and a bond of love will be unbroken for all eternity. I rise today with great honor to recognize the extraordinary life of attorney Donald Snyder of West Winfield, New York, who passed away last month. Don was a gem of a man and a wonderful servant to our community. He was also admired by his peers. I always remember him being a very close friend of my father, the late Honorable Justice John R. Tenney, who always spoke so highly of Don as a person to model your career and your gift of service to. Don served our nation in the Army, and he returned home to start a country law practice in Little West Winfield, New York, in Herkimer County. He was a wonderful servant. He served on the board of Herkimer College for over 22 years and the chair for 12. Don was involved with so many organizations and schools and church organizations, but he was also a very dedicated husband and also a dedicated father and grandfather to his wife, Mary Teresa Higgins, 4 children, 12 grandchildren, and 9 people in Don's family are attorneys who all got sworn in on the very same day by the U.S. Supreme Court, which made the front page news in our little town. But Don was very proud of this, and he was really just a person who devoted his life to service, to happiness, and he couldn't have been a kinder person to me and a better friend and mentor for me as an attorney when I first got started out many years ago. But I want to just say I can't express enough my deepest condolences to his family, to his friends, and our community. This is truly the loss of a great man, and I wish them all the best, and it's just an honor to call Don Snyder my friend. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and accept my remarks and speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's often said that there are inefficiencies and waste in the federal government. Well, I'm here to recognize the most efficient grant writing program in the federal government, the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program, marking its 20th anniversary. The AFG program, along with its sister programs, Safer and Fire Prevention grants, help deliver training, manpower, and desperately needed equipment straight to where they're most needed. Communities across America have benefited from these programs over the past 20 years. All of this with hardly any overhead costs. And why? Why is it a well-run program? Well, because it's largely run by the fire service. Throughout my time in Congress, it's been a true honor to have visited well over 100 fire departments in my district. These are some of my favorite visits, and you see the best of America in these everyday heroes. On a final note, I want to thank Chiefs Jeff Cash, Jason Walford, and Ryan Cole for teaching my AFG grant writing classes throughout the years. I would encourage my colleagues to do likewise to ensure that their fire services are well taken care of with the best training and equipment that they deserve. So thank you to the AFG program and to the fire service, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Clerk of the Senate.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on October 21, 2021 at 11:36 a.m. that the Senate passed Senate 2899. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 727 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 40, House Resolution 727. Resolved that if House Report 117-152 is called up by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, A, all points of order against the report are waived, and the report shall be considered as read, and B1, an accompanying resolution offered by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol shall be considered as read and shall not be subject to a point of order, and 2, the previous question shall be considered as order on such resolution to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate, equally divided among and controlled by Representative Thompson of Mississippi, Representative Cheney of Wyoming, and an opponent or their respective designees.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 727. The rule provides for consideration of the resolution accompanying House Report 117-152 under a closed rule if the report is called up by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by Chair Thompson, Vice Chair Cheney, and an opponent. Mr. Speaker, today we face a fundamental choice: whether we are going to get to the truth about the violent January 6th attack, the worst assault on the Capitol since the War of 1812, and the worst domestic assault on American democracy since the Civil War, or whether we are going to allow lawful subpoenas to be ignored and the investigation being conducted by the Select Committee to be obstructed, to puff up the ego of the former president, who has launched another frivolous lawsuit, this time against the Select Committee. I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I still remember January 6th like it was yesterday. I was standing right where you are now, Mr. Speaker. Our democracy was in peril. The lives of members of Congress, our staffs, and all the workers here were endangered, and Capitol Police officers were beaten or worse. Getting to the truth of what happened or placating the ego of a former president, that shouldn't be a tough call. In any ordinary time, it wouldn't be. This measure would probably have passed on suspension. But because, as a member of Congress, we have fewer more important and solemn duties than what is at the heart of the measure before us today, and that is protecting our democracy and preventing future attempts to overturn the results of an election. This is about country, not about party. Now, many witnesses are already doing their patriotic duty and cooperating voluntarily with the Select Committee. In fact, 10 of the 11 witnesses required to produce records to the Select Committee by the required deadline are engaging with the committee. Only one person, Mr. Speaker, is refusing. One, Steve Bannon. Instead of doing the right thing, the legal thing, the patriotic thing, Mr. Bannon is hiding behind the former president's false claims of executive privilege to try to run out the clock on this investigation. Now, maybe he has something to hide. I don't know. But the law isn't on his side. It's not on Donald Trump's side either. Executive privilege is not absolute, and President Biden has declined to invoke that privilege. There is a long history of the White House making accommodations to investigative requests from Congress. That's especially true when the public interest outweighs other interests, as it does here. But apparently, facts and the law don't matter to some. Apparently, Steve Bannon thinks he's above the law. Maybe it's because he was pardoned by the former occupant of the White House. But ultimately, in the United States of America, no one should be above the law. That shouldn't be a controversial idea. But we live in an age where apparently some put fidelity to Donald Trump over fidelity to the Constitution. And I find that disgusting. I get it. The former president is at Mar-a-Lago somewhere, seething about our efforts to get to the truth about January 6th. But he is so feared, Mr. Speaker, that my Republican colleagues are going to keep denying what happened that day. And they keep trying to sweep it under the rug as if it never happened or was no big deal. This is our democracy that we are talking about here. This is about the oath we took and the freedoms we cherish, freedoms that Americans have fought and died for, Mr. Speaker. And some, on the other side, are they really willing to throw away all of that to placate the whims of one man? Really? This has to stop. The legal scholar James Landis once said, and I quote, "To deny Congress power to acquaint itself with the facts is equivalent to requiring it to prescribe remedies in darkness," end quote. We need to see the facts in the cold light of day and follow them wherever they lead. That means not only holding those who attack this building itself accountable, as the legal system is currently doing, it also means holding people accountable when they attack what this building stands for: democracy and rule of law. We will not tolerate being left in the dark, and certainly not when something so fundamental is at stake. Now, this doesn't have to be a partisan fight. And just yesterday in the Rules Committee, we debated the underlying measure at length. And yes, we heard from the usual members who rushed to the former president's defense, who deflected and wanted to talk about anything other than the events of January 6th. But we also saw something more remarkable. Chairman Thompson, a Democrat, sat side by side with Vice Chair Cheney, a Republican. Two people who probably have never voted for the same presidential candidates in their lives. Two people who disagree on virtually every issue, but they agreed on this, on defending the Constitution and rule of law. Let's follow their example, Mr. Speaker. You know, I sat across the dais from Congresswoman Cheney for years when she was on the Rules Committee, when the Republicans were in charge. We were polar opposites. But yesterday, I couldn't have agreed with her more. Not as a Democrat, but as an American. Now, I don't give a damn if you're a Democrat or Republican, and I don't care if you like Donald Trump or not. Matters like this are about something more than petty partisanship. So I urge my colleagues, let's put our country before our party. Let's put defending our democracy before defending Donald Trump. Let's support this rule and the underlying measure, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as public servants, as members of Congress dedicated to preserving American democracy and the rule of law. That is what is at stake here, and nothing less. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, it is hard to ignore the feeling that this is one more example of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle trying to distract from the real issues that concern Americans. We have an administration that can't stop the flood of illegal immigrants at our southern border, can't unlock the supply bottlenecks at our ports. What are Democrats doing about inflation? What are the Democrats doing about the border issues? What are the Democrats doing about supply chain issues? And what are Democrats doing about the worker shortage? And I could go on. Instead, we are here going back and forth arguing if we should continue down a path of yet another partisan investigation of questionable motives and purpose. No wonder the public thinks we can't do our job. That said, there are several questions that need to be resolved before we can continue with this vote. The Supreme Court has found that the power rests with Congress for subpoenas if they serve a legitimate legislative purpose. And I quote, and be related to and in furtherance of a legitimate task of the Congress, A legitimate legislative purpose would be issuing subpoenas to the leaders of the D.C. National Guard and Sergeant-at-Arms so that we can find out what gaps in communications and authorities that need to be filled and find solutions to ensure that this doesn't happen again. But have those been issued? No. Instead, House Democrats are continuing their witch hunt into President Trump and their political opponents that voted against the certification of the election in some states, something that they themselves did just 4 years ago. What information is intended to be gathered that would be useful for a legitimate legislative purpose? Much of the discussion in rules centered around criminal action, not around legislation. These concerns would have been raised by Republicans if Speaker Pelosi had not rejected the minority leader's nominees, but instead she handpicked members that would fit her and the Democrats' narratives. It seems the storyline has already been decided. We need to ensure that it is, as stated, intended to investigate and report upon the facts, circumstances, and causes related to January 6th. Unfortunately, Speaker Pelosi and the Democrats made it clear early that this committee and its investigation outcome was predetermined when it tilted representation in favor of Democrats and again rejected the 2 Republican members selected to serve on the commission by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply concerned about the precedent being set here today by the majority, yet again embarking on another investigation in search of a crime. I urge my colleagues to oppose the rule and the underlying resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, my good friend from Minnesota said we wouldn't be in this position if we had done what the Republicans had asked us to do. We did. And I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the congressional record the letter that Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy sent to Speaker Pelosi requesting a number of items
Without objection.
Like an equal 5-5 ratio on a committee, co-equal subpoena power, no inclusion of findings of other predetermined conclusions, which ultimately could be rendered by the Commission staff. The Homeland Security Committee agreed to every one of them, every single one of them. And what did the Republicans do? Say, well, we didn't think you were going to agree to everything, but we still don't want the Commission. And so they voted against it, and then they blocked it in the United States Senate. So don't talk to me about partisanship or bipartisanship when it was very clear early on that my friends on the other side had no intention of wanting to work with us to get to the truth because they couldn't take yes for an answer. And, Mr. Speaker, let me just also point out that today, President Trump issued a statement. He had to issue a statement because he can't tweet anymore because of his mistruths and embrace of violence. But anyway, he issued a statement today. This is what he said. The statement says, the insurrection took place on November 3rd, Election Day. January 6th was the protest, end quote. Let me just say that one more time. Trump said today in a statement, the insurrection took place on November 3rd, Election Day. January 6th was a protest, end of quote. And by the way, he didn't mention that it was a violent protest on January 6th. Mr. Speaker, are any of my Republican colleagues, aside from Congresswoman Cheney and Representative Kinzinger, who have shown courage and patriotism, are any of them willing to come to the floor and say unequivocally that the election on November 3rd was not an insurrection, as the former president has now said? It was a free and fair election held by one of the oldest democracies in the world, and that used to mean something to my Republican friends. I mean, please, don't let this, the former occupant of the White House is trying to tear this country apart. And unfortunately, too many on the other side are going along with him. Enough. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
And, Mr. Speaker, with all respect to my colleague from Massachusetts, the fact still remains that when the minority leader did try to participate in this commission and the Speaker rejected the two nominees that the minority leader had offered. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
He is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend and fellow Rules Committee member, Representative Fischbach, for allotting me the time. Mr. Speaker, I really believe that the issue before us today comes down to a very simple question, and that is, what is the legislative purpose of the Select Committee subpoena on a private citizen? This is a very narrow legal issue, and what the courts have said is the courts have held that Congress has the power to secure information, and I quote, in order to legislate, end quote. So in other words, Congress's subpoena authority is valid only if it relates to the furtherance of a legitimate task of Congress. Now, according to the Select Committee's own press release, the committee is attempting to tell a story and to find out what happened that day. But the courts have already determined that that is not a valid legislative purpose. In the 1957 decision, Watkins versus the United States, the court held that Congress has, and I quote, no general authority to expose the private affairs of individuals without justification in terms of functions of Congress, end quote. Additionally, the court went on in that case to say Congress cannot investigate private citizens for, quote, the sake of exposure, end quote. So then what is the legislative purpose before us today? What's the legislative purpose of a subpoena on a private citizen, including 11 individuals who merely filed and were granted permits to exercise their First Amendment rights to assemble and to petition the government? This cannot be perceived as an investigation and still fit within the framework of case law. And again, let's be clear. The law is crystal clear here. If Congress does not have a legitimate legislative function, they simply cannot subpoena a private individual. Now, the Constitution gives those powers to the executive and the judiciary branch. They don't give that power to Congress. So I can therefore only conclude that the purpose of the resolution before us today is to fulfill a partisan agenda. If the Select Committee was actually serious about conducting a legitimate oversight they would subpoena the former House Sergeant at Arms and the former head of the DC National Guard. That would be an investigation within the clear purpose of Congress and within the delegated power that we have in the Constitution. Instead, we're here voting on a resolution with absolutely no legislative purpose. We're also setting a dangerous precedent that will have a chilling effect on the rights of private citizens in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping that someone on the other side would respond to former President Trump's statement today, which I find stunning and shocking. But apparently they don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about legislative purpose. When we get to the bill, I'll let the committee members respond to that. But I do want to say one thing again, that Speaker Pelosi was committed to a truly bipartisan commission, and we did a bipartisan commission, a truly bipartisan commission. My friends on the other side of the aisle tried to undercut it and got their friends over in the Senate to tank it. I mean, that's what happened. They basically destroyed what could have been a bipartisan commission that, quite frankly, was the way we all wanted to go. But then they say, well, but she wouldn't let us put who we wanted on this current commission. Well, the minority leader suggested Mr. Jordan to be the lead Republican, and he very well may be a material witness in this investigation, that you would put him on to oversee an investigation of what, himself and others? I mean, give me a break. What is going on here? I mean, at least be honest enough with the American people to say what is going on here, and that is, you don't want to get to the truth about what happened on January 6th. You never did, notwithstanding the violence that occurred right here in this chamber and in this sacred building. So please, let's not get into this, oh, you know, we wanted to cooperate, but somehow you wouldn't let us. We gave you everything you wanted, and you could not take yes for an answer. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell.
He is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise for truth and accountability. That's why we're here. We're dealing with common criminals. You see a guy running down the street in a city with a television on his back, strapped to it, you start to wonder. We have had enough of those incidents to indicate to us that's what we're dealing with. The gravest attack ever on the U.S. democracy came 288 days ago. It was born of lies. Steve Bannon spread those poisonous lies, and Bannon was guided by the dictator. We must pursue the truth. We go only where the facts take us. Refusing a subpoena is an obstructing justice. We don't allow the plaintiff, the prosecutor to decide. We decide it through the courts. If you can't take the Constitution, go to Russia. It shows you have something to hide. What are you hiding? This is a vote of conscience.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chairs. The time, members' time is expired.
I give 15 seconds.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized for additional 15 seconds.
Thank you. Refusing subpoena is obstructing justice. This is a vote of conscience. Do you agree with the rioting terrorists or our democracy? Are we a country of laws or country of men? Or we must hold all involved accountable. This includes those who attack the police and those organizers who spread the lies, and the president who organized it. This is America,
Gentleman's
not Russia.
time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, Republicans will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for the additional consideration of H.R. 5586, the Prohibiting IRS Financial Surveillance Act, authored by Representative Ferguson. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with the extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Requiring banks and federal credit unions to disclose personal details about their customers' accounts is an extreme invasion of privacy, and it would have terrible implications for community banks and credit unions in my district and across the country. I suppose I really shouldn't be surprised about this egregious attempt on behalf of the Democrats. They clearly want as much government involvement as possible in every possible part of American citizens' lives. I may not be surprised anymore, but I continue to be disappointed that they refuse to listen to the American citizens who time and time again say they want big government out of their lives and their wallets. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the previous question. There's absolutely no denying that the Democrats want to control every part of your life by allowing the IRS to snoop into your bank accounts. This is wrong. And for what? It is really, truly all about control. And this unlawful surveillance is their latest gambit. The Democrat snooping scheme includes hiring 87,000 new IRS agents. That's at a cost of almost $80 billion. That's almost enough IRS agents to fill up Sanford Stadium at the University of Georgia on a Saturday for a football game. Now, I'll take a college football stadium full of SEC fans cheering on the Dogs, but not one full of IRS agents. The proposal that the Democrats have put out claims to only go after wealthy tax cheats. But at its core, this is going to target every single farmer, every single family, every single gig worker, every small business owner, and just about anyone that pays rent or pays a mortgage. And their bogus attempts to scale it back are meaningless. At any number, this is wrong. Think about how long it would take paying $200 a month out of your bank account, or $200 a week out of your bank account, to get to the $10,000 number that they have proposed. Mr. Speaker, simply put, the Democrats' IRS surveillance plan is flat out wrong. It's an outright violation of the Fourth Amendment of every American. Government has no business sifting through your personal information. This is a foundational principle that this country was built on. I'll say it again, whether the amount is $1, $600, $10,000, or $1 million. Giving the IRS this kind of unfettered and unchecked power is wrong. The threshold is irrelevant. Americans know that this is wrong. We know it's wrong, and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle know that it's wrong. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so desperate to find revenue to fund their big government socialist programs that they're willing to violate the constitutional rights of our fellow Americans. This is wrong. It's egregious on every front. Once again, we know it, they know it, the American people know it, and that's why we're pushing back. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so that we can restore some reason and sanity and put an end to this absurd proposal for the IRS to snoop on Americans' bank accounts. Defeat the previous question so we can vote to prohibit IRS financial surveillance of Americans' bank accounts. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to waste my time debating misinformation, but my friend is talking about what he's talking about is a false government takeover. But what about the people who tried to take over our democracy on January 6th? What about what happened here on January 6th? Why is there no interest in getting to the truth? They come up with this instead. And again, I'm still waiting for somebody to respond to President Trump's statement that Insurrection Day took place on November 3rd. Do you really believe that? Is that what we have come to, where my friends on the other side would embrace such a shocking and such an offensive statement? We had a free and fair election, and this is what the former president, who my friends are all so afraid of, what he says. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this rule and the underlying resolution. There are moments in our country's history when we are presented with stark choices between right and wrong. And the violence of January 6th has made it clear that we're at such a moment. January 6th was a shocking assault on our government. On the orders of the former president, thousands of rioters destroyed public property, gravely injured police officers, terrorized lawmakers, and invaded the Capitol to halt the certification of the Electoral College required by the Constitution. That day cannot be minimized or swept under the carpet because the forces that inspired that attack, are still stoking the fires of chaos and conspiracy. Congress has tasked a bipartisan select committee with investigating the January 6th attack, and that committee has outlined why it needs Steve Bannon's testimony to fully understand the events leading up to that attack. However, when subpoenaed to testify, Mr. Bannon told the select committee to pound sand. Mr. Bannon is a private citizen. He is not above the law and cannot refuse to obey a subpoena any more than you or I or any American can. Neither Mr. Bannon nor the former president have made any credible legal arguments to shield his testimony. Patriotism demands that anyone with knowledge of that dark day come forward, and the rule of law and our Constitution demand that everyone in this Congress support this investigation. I'm incredibly disappointed that Republican leadership and so many of their colleagues continue to oppose any attempt to investigate the January 6th attack. They oppose legislation to create a bipartisan commission. They oppose the creation of the Select Committee, and they're now trying to prevent the committee from carrying out its work. This is not a time for games or delays, all of which have allowed the former president and his allies like Mr. Bannon to escape accountability thus far. This is a time for courage. The courage to protect our Constitution and our national integrity. I'm grateful to the members of the Select Committee for having the courage to put loyalty to country over partisan politics. Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge all of my colleagues to support this rule. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Iowa.
Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman from Minnesota for yielding today. Mr. Speaker, President Biden and Speaker Pelosi are moving full steam ahead with their big government, big spending vision for this country. One of the most egregious proposals in their multi-trillion-dollar reconciliation package would give the IRS access to nearly every single American's bank account by requiring financial institutions like your local bank or your credit union to report every account with more than $10,000 in transactions annually to the IRS. This proposal would give the IRS unprecedented access to sensitive personal information and unprecedented power to target working families across Iowa and across America. This government snooping is a complete invasion of privacy and a massive overreach into our lives and our livelihoods. This spying scheme is a lose, lose, lose. It will increase the existing backlog at the IRS exponentially. It will jeopardize the privacy of millions of Americans. It will destroy our community financial institutions. And it will hurt rural communities and working families hardest of all. Democrats claim this is about tax evasion. Everyone should pay the taxes that they owe. That is not the argument here. But this misguided proposal isn't about tracking down missing revenue. It is about expanded government control, plain and simple. This proposal, by design, will hit normal working families' bank accounts. A total of $10,000 in transactions in a year, that's a year's rent, a series of farm equipment bills, for example. The IRS should be focused on being more efficient at its current job, not emboldened and certainly not unleashed on hardworking Americans. So we do not need to be throwing more money at the IRS to put Americans' daily transactions under a microscope. Iowans have been very clear with me. They do not want the IRS snooping around in their bank accounts at that granular level. I've also heard very serious concerns from our community financial institutions. These are the folks who are helping our farmers, our families, and our small businesses access credit. They told me this proposal could force them to shut down for good, leaving Iowans without access to credit and capital that they need to help keep our rural economy going, to feed and fuel the world. I urge my colleagues to put a stop to this madness and stand up for our constituents by voting no on the previous question and keeping the government out of Americans' bank accounts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just remind everybody that democracy doesn't defend itself. People have to defend democracy, and it would be nice to see a little courage on the other side of the aisle. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the distinguished gentleman and chair of the Rules Committee for yielding and for his leadership. The House is a separate and co-equal branch of government. We are the institution that is closest to the people. The House has a sacred obligation under the Constitution to defend our democracy, and we should be doing that in a bipartisan way. But something has happened to the modern-day Republican Party. The party of Abraham Lincoln is gone. The party of Ronald Reagan is gone. The party of John McCain is gone. And a cult of personality has risen up to take its place. Is that why my colleagues refuse to denounce the former president's lie uttered today that the real insurrection was on November 3rd? Take back your party. You can start today. You can start right here. You can start by holding Steve Bannon accountable for his blanket defiance of a congressional subpoena. What is wrong with Steve Bannon? There is no cult exception to the United States Constitution. There is a legitimate bipartisan congressional investigation that is underway into the violent insurrection and attack on the Capitol on January 6th. It was an assault on the Congress, the Constitution, and the country. A lawful subpoena has been issued that Steve Bannon should comply with. We must hold Steve Bannon accountable for his blanket defiance of a congressional subpoena, for undermining the rule of law, and for obstructing a congressional investigation, because in America, no one is above the law.
Gentleman yields back. Again, members are reminded to direct their remarks to the speaker, speaker's chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend, the representative from Minnesota.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I thank my colleague from Minnesota for the time. I rise in opposition to the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 5586. This bill will kill a Biden administration proposal that would allow IRS agents to comb through the bank accounts of any American who spends more than $10,000 a year. To put that in perspective, $10,000 a year equates to just $28 a day, $850 a month, or half of the average Minnesota household mortgage payment. In other words, the Biden administration wants the IRS to be able to spy on tens of millions of Americans. So don't be mistaken. This proposal does not just target the 1%, as the president sometimes likes to claim. Instead, it is pointed directly at working American families. Today, I led a letter with more than 200 of my colleagues urging Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen to scrap this proposal to spy on American citizens. This is not China. We must protect Americans' right to privacy and stop this proposed intrusive, unnecessary Biden financial reporting requirements, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me just say, not only will my Republican friends not condemn the president's outrageous and unacceptable and unconscionable statement today, but they won't even talk about what we're here for. That's what fear looks like. And really, it's unbelievably sad. I'm happy now to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the rule and the underlying resolution. I want to start by saying this is not just about Mr. Bannon. This is about our rule of law, our democracy, and protecting it for future generations. On January 6th, the mob, incited by the lies of a political leader, descended on the Capitol. Nooses, vandalism, death threats to elected officials. Americans remember the violence that took place here. Beltway chatter often focuses on the winners and losers of the day, but on that day, we all lost. Americans lost their lives, and we nearly lost our democracy. That is why we created the bipartisan January 6th Commission. We know that unless we do our jobs, the ultimate losers will be future generations who will wonder what happened to our nation. The Commission's work is serious and has no time for the games of Mr. Bannon or anyone else who would disregard the rule of law. Our Constitution and our courts have made it clear that Congress has the power to investigate. This power is vital to the protection of our democracy, and it must be respected. You know, I think a lot about our late, dear colleague, Elijah Cummings, and his words still sit with me. He said, when we're dancing with the angels, the question will be asked, what did we do to make sure we kept our democracy intact? I stand before you with that quote on my heart, thinking of my own 4 grandchildren, and when they learn of January the 6th, they will see a time when America descended into violence, destruction, desecration, when Americans attacked Americans and threatened our democracy. And what did I do? What did we all do to protect our democracy? So I lend my voice to hold Mr. Bannon in contempt and support the Bipartisan Select Committee for their work in keeping our democracy and our future intact. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Oklahoma, the ranking member of the Rules Committee.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. As my good friend from Georgia explained, if we defeat the previous question, we'll immediately move to bring up H.R. 5586. This bill is critically important to ensure that there's no expansion of Internal Revenue Service requirements for financial institutions to report the ins and outs of bank accounts. Members may remember this issue during the debate on Obamacare, when the Democrats tried to require anyone who received a payment of more than $600 to be given a 1099. People were rightly outraged by this provision, and it was repealed before it ever went into effect. Now, with their new reconciliation bill, the Democratic majority is again looking for pay-fors and are willing to sacrifice the privacy of all Americans in that quest. Every threshold being discussed for inclusion will give the IRS full access to what's in the bank account of every American. And that's the justification. And what's the justification for that, Mr. Speaker? It's no help to the IRS to identify tax cheat. Well, I can tell you that, Mr. Speaker, the Democratic proposal will make everyone who pays rent or a mortgage a target and won't do anything to help the IRS close the tax gap. Mr. Speaker, the Democratic plan is an astonishing breach of privacy, giving the IRS the power to snoop around financial accounts even with no accusation of wrongdoing, violates every protection against government overreach. Americans have a reasonable expectation of privacy in their homes and in their personal lives, including their financial lives. And yet, if the majority has their way, the IRS will be empowered to go digging around in the bank accounts of everyday Americans in search of wrongdoing. That's simply beyond the pale. We have seen what can happen when the IRS abuses its power. It was only a few short years ago that the IRS was targeting political and religious organizations for their beliefs, an astonishing violation of the First Amendment right. What the IRS needs, Mr. Speaker, is oversight and accountability. And that's why we need to bring up and pass H.R. 5586 today. Only this will ensure that the IRS is not granted unprecedented power to intervene in the lives of and invade the privacy of ordinary Americans. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Chairman of the Rules Committee for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this resolution ought to be supported, and the underlying action that the rule provides for ought to be supported by every member of this House that believes that this House has a constitutional responsibility of oversight, of protecting the Constitution, the democracy in which we are all privileged to live, and the integrity of this House. Oversight is not possible for this House if, in fact, it cannot request and indeed demand the testimony of those who have information on which this House, the people's House, the protector of our democracy and our Constitution, need to protect our democracy. This rule and the underlying action for which it provides is essential. And Mr. Speaker, if I were trying a case, I would offer as Exhibit A statement by the man who would be dictator, Donald J. Trump, who absurdly and, of course, incorrectly says the insurrection took place on November 3rd, Election Day. January 6th was the protest. My view is that man, Donald J. Trump, protests too much. Because I believe that he recruited, incited, and deployed an insurrectionist mob to threaten this institution, its members, its constitutional responsibility in the electoral process of the presidency of the United States, and democracy itself. Mr. Speaker, the events of January 6th expose threats to our democracy that must be fully understood and addressed, a weighty responsibility that falls to the House's Select Committee on the January 6th attack on the Capitol, the bipartisan committee. I want to thank Chairman Thompson, Vice Chair Cheney, and all those serving on this committee for their commitment to seeking the truth and defending our democracy. And to giving sufficient information to our public, our constituents, our people, that they know this to be a stark and dangerous lie. The committee is doing a diligent job at finding the truth. This task should not have fallen to the members of the Select Committee, this subpoena and contempt. We should have been able to come together, Democrats and Republicans, to create a bipartisan commission in the style of the 9/11 Commission, recognizing that such consequential, transformative attacks require us to come together as one nation, indivisible, to seek answers and identify solutions to make our country safer. Sadly, however, we have come to a place where one party is so focused on defending the indefensible that this institution cannot act as Americans, but rather are relegated to acting simply as partisans. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, I'm heartened to see Democrats and some courageous Republicans working together to uncover the truth of what happened that day. These Republican members are exhibiting what President Kennedy would call profiles in courage. In order for this committee to perform its work in full, indeed any committee of the Congress to perform its work in full, ultimately it has to be able to get the information that it needs from those who know the information it needs. It must hear testimony from all those who may have information regarding the events of January 6th in this particular case. That's why we provided the committee with subpoena authority. Steve Bannon's refusal to appear, even when subpoenaed, is a demonstration of his contempt not only for Congress, but his contempt of the Constitution and his contempt for the law. It is unacceptable and obstructive to this process of uncovering the full story of that day's attack on the Capitol. He must be found in contempt, not as a Democrat, not as a Republican, but on behalf of this institution and the people that we represent. Withholding information on the events of that day from the committee is no less than an act of betrayal of the American people and of our constitutional democracy. The American people need to understand what led to the violent insurrection that sought to overturn our election and led to the deaths of multiple police officers and others. Although, as I said, Exhibit A, the former president's comments, should be proof in and of itself. The American people need to understand what led to the deaths of those police officers and the placing at risk of the democratic process of electing a president of the United States. We need to understand, Mr. Speaker, how this could have happened, why it happened, and what ought to be done to hold the perpetrators accountable and prevent the events of the day from being repeated. That appears to be the fear on the floor of this House today. Accountability, responsibility, consequences. In refusing to appear before the commission, Mr. Bannon has made it clear where his loyalties lie. He's chosen Trump first and America last. Not America first. Trump first, America last. Trump first, our Constitution last. Trump first, our democracy last. Trump first, the House of the people. This House of Representatives last. And he will have to answer for that choice. This is a moment of reckoning for our country, reckoning with hard truths and painful memories, reckoning that above all requires truth and understanding. Can't we, Mr. Speaker, in a bipartisan way, summons the courage to look the truth in the eye and vote the truth? We cannot allow anyone to shirk their responsibility to share that truth and help the American people understand. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to vote yes on this resolution and to vote yes on the citation for contempt, so that Chairman Thompson, Vice Chairwoman Cheney, and the members of the Select Committee can make it clear to Mr. Bannon and to all others summoned to testify they will seek the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as they determine what we must do to protect our beloved country, our beloved Constitution, and our beloved democracy. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Oklahoma.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As explained prior, if we defeat the previous question, we will immediately move to bring up H.R. 5586. This bill prohibits the expansion of the Internal Revenue Service's requirements for financial institutions to report bank account transactions. The Biden administration is searching for ways to pay for their partisan $5.5 trillion social policy bill, and one of the Democrats' proposed solutions is to spy on taxpayers' bank accounts. Their proposal would require financial institutions and service providers to report data on accounts that deposit or withdraw more than $600 or maybe $10,000 to the Internal Revenue Service to help ensure that Americans are paying their fair share in taxes. Democrats claim that this regulatory expansion would only impact wealthy Americans and businesses. But in reality, it targets virtually all working-class people in our nation. This government overreach would be an enormous violation of privacy, jeopardize the financial security of all Americans, and impose significant compliance costs on financial institutions. Through this proposal, the Democrats are looking to weaponize the IRS by creating a new surveillance program that would allow them to monitor every single bank account without permission or limit. In order to conduct this surveillance on Americans, the provision includes $80 billion to double the number of IRS agents, which would be 6 times the size of the IRS's annual budget. This plan was initially included in the massive budget reconciliation bill and has now been since removed after pushback from financial institutions and customers. But it is still being considered for passage. Regardless, my House Republican colleagues and I are doing what we can to protect the financial security and privacy of the American people. I have recently written a letter to Speaker Pelosi, Chairman Neal, Secretary Yellen, and Commissioner Reding to express my concerns.
Mr. Speaker, I yield an additional minute.
Gentlelady yields an additional minute to the gentlelady from Oklahoma.
To express my concerns over overburdening the data collection system, exposing millions of Americans to potential cyber attacks, and how distrust in banks negatively impacts our economy. Additionally, I signed on to a letter and co-sponsored 2 bills that directly address this pressing issue. The letter to Secretary Yellen expressed the concern of more Americans unbanking due to privacy concerns and distrust in banks, and how applying extra reporting requirements for financial institutions would be incredibly burdensome. The U.S. government should not have the authority to spy on bank accounts of American taxpayers. The Biden administration's proposal would significantly impact the working class, invade privacy, pose financial security threats for Americans and businesses, and further burden institutions. House Republicans are working tirelessly to put a stop to this government overreach and protect Americans' people's security, privacy, and trust in this great nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the gentlelady updating us on the bills that she's co-sponsored and her opinions about the IRS, which have nothing to do with the underlying bill that we are debating here today. But it is stunning to me that neither she nor any of my friends on the other side of the aisle will respond to what the former occupant of the White House said today in a statement, that the insurrection took place on November 3rd, that our election, our lawful election, in one of the oldest democracies in the world, was somehow an insurrection, and January 6th was merely a protest. I mean, I'm stunned by this. I challenge the next speaker, please, can you say that you disassociate yourselves with this statement? Can you make it clear to the American people that you want no part of this? I get it. You endorse this man. He campaigned for you. You're afraid of his base. You're afraid every time he says anything. But the bottom line is this statement needs to be condemned. And the unwillingness of anybody on the other side to condemn this statement is unconscionable. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohn.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They won't question Trump's statement that the insurrection was November 3rd because that's the day each and every one of them and each and every one of us was elected. It was a free and fair election when it came to electing Congress people, but for some reason, they think it was an insurrection. Horse manure. Bannon, who was thumbing his nose at the Constitution and this Congress by not responding to his subpoena, said that it would be different on Election Day, on January 6th. It wouldn't go as expected because he was part of plotting what was an overthrow of our government. He was pardoned by President Trump for ripping off Trump supporters. He got them to give money to an effort to build the wall, and he took over $1 million for his own personal expenses. Fraud. But Trump didn't care that he ripped off Trump people for a Trump wall. He pardoned him. The whole thing is a con game, and we need to end it before democracy goes out the window. I urge you to support the rule and the underlying resolution. Protect America and protect democracy. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the representative from Illinois. Oh, excuse me, 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Minnesota for yielding and for Mr. Ferguson for leading this effort. If the previous question is defeated, we will amend the rule and immediately consider H.R. 5586, the Prohibiting IRS Financial Surveillance Act. This legislation would prohibit the Treasury Department and the IRS from implementing any new financial account surveillance regimes. This is a direct response to this administration's invasive proposal that would require financial institutions to report transaction data on every American's bank account that meets their proposed threshold. I am deeply skeptical of the need for this dangerous expansion of IRS oversight and believe it to be a significant risk to individual privacy. The Democrats are leading the American people to believe that this is needed to target wealthy tax cheats and to help close the tax gap. Unfortunately, this proposal, even with a $10,000 threshold, would subject Americans at every rung of the economic ladder to these erroneous reporting requirements. This includes middle-class families, small business owners, and farmers. Even with proposed carve-outs, this proposal would turn local banks into IRS reporting units, which is not only incredibly burdensome, but also costly. I've already been hearing from local bankers in Morton and Liberty, Illinois, and throughout my district that are deeply concerned on how this proposal will encourage their customers to empty out their bank accounts, further exacerbating the unbanked-banked divide. In a letter dated September 29, 2021, the Department of Treasury cited that the IRS experiences 1.4 billion cyber attacks a year. I don't know a single American that would like to have their personal data reported to a system that is highly targeted by hackers and foreign adversaries. In addition, the IRS's track record for leaking personal information raises serious questions about their ability to implement a program of this scale. I am proud to join my friend, Congressman Ferguson, in this effort to protect Americans' privacy, and I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when the gentlelady from Minnesota yielded the gentleman from Illinois an additional minute, I was kind of hopeful that maybe he would be the one to say that he disassociates himself from the statement of Donald Trump today, in which he said that the insurrection took place on November 3rd, Election Day. I'd be happy to yield him 30 seconds if he wants to say that this was a statement that is not only unconscionable, but that every American should condemn. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, the majority whip, Mr. Clyburn.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Chairman of the Governor for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, I often quote George Santayana, who warned, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." The insurrection on January 6th was the worst attack on our Constitution since the Civil War. While the secessionists were defeated in 1865, our nation's experiment with multiracial democracy during Reconstruction did not last. It was extinguished by the lost cause mythology that minimized the evils of the secessionists and raised monuments to the leaders of the Confederacy that they established. These willful circumventions and misrepresentations were used as justification for avoiding accountability and violently stripping African Americans of constitutional rights. We are at risk of repeating that history today. Just as the Lost Cause laid the ideological groundwork for Jim Crow and all its inhumanities, the big lie seeks to justify nullification laws that seek to suppress votes and establish autocratic rule. The former president and his enablers are using the big lie to deny the horror of January 6th. They are attempting to obstruct and subvert the Select Committee's work and to prevent a full accounting of their efforts to undermine our democracy. We know from our history that when our government is attacked, failing to hold the perpetrators accountable emboldens them, allowing their myths to gain currency incentivizes them, and underestimating their disregard for their fellow citizens enables them to deny those citizens their constitutional rights. I urge the adoption of this resolution so that we avoid repeating the past, or at least that part of our past that dehumanizes our fellow citizens. We must act to strengthen our democracy and build a better future for our country so that it can once again be the envy of the world. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from South Carolina yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Texas.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are singularly focused on the happenings only within the walls of Capitol Hill, the rest of us, working families, are struggling with the consequences of this failed administration, including rising inflation, pending unemployment, border threats, increased drugs and violence in our neighborhoods, and an out-of-control, power-hungry administration. I cannot explain the chairman and majority leaders' absolute and unhealthy obsession with a former president, but I sincerely urge them to seek treatment so that they can focus on the insurmountable harms that are being caused by the current administration and how they are currently forcing them on all of the American people. I rise in opposition to the previous question so the House can immediately consider H.R. 5586, legislation critical to stopping the Democrats' unending attempts to control every aspect of American lives. Now the left are in an unrelenting pursuit of tracking every penny you and your family personally earn and spend. If the price tag for their socialist policies weren't alarming enough, what's hidden inside the bill should truly horrify all Americans. If you pay rent, if you buy groceries, or pay a mortgage, you're going to be subject to surveillance. From the lowest income earners on up, every American will be checked. Thousands more IRS bureaucrats will be hired for their new surveillance program with authority to monitor every transaction you make. Every account transaction would be traced and reported to the federal government, edging us closer and closer to a communist-controlled police state. Republicans are unified in our fight against this new surveillance program. My friend and ranking member Kevin Brady led the charge to stop this early on, but not a single Democrat stood up for Americans' financial privacy.
I yield an additional 15 seconds.
Thank you. First, things are reported and monitored, and then they're controlled. We cannot let Democrats push us down this dangerous and slippery slope. I yield back.
Texas yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, oh my God. Can somebody, please, I beg of you on the other side, can somebody please disassociate yourself or condemn the statement by the former president, who said today that the insurrection took place on November 3rd. All my colleagues were elected on November 3rd as well. If you believe that that date, that election day was an insurrection, then your election results are illegitimate. Can somebody please, for the sake of our democracy, say that what was said by the former president is wrong? Please, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Indiana.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
I, like my colleagues, today rise in opposition to the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 5586, prohibiting IRS Financial Surveillance Act. Mr. Speaker, Hoosiers are outraged, and my friends across the aisle would have you believe that it is just the Hoosier financial institutions that are outraged at having to hand over the personal account information of their customers. But it is, in fact, those account owners that are outraged at the notion that my friends across the aisle would build an apparatus to surveil and snoop in their personal bank accounts. Now, their horror only grows as I answer questions for them. First, they ask, surely this must only apply to the super rich and not to me. But I reply, no. It applies to you if you spend just over $200 a week. Then they'll ask, surely this must only apply to those that are suspected of a crime. And I say, no. It's collection on every account, irrespective of whether there's a suspected crime or tax evasion afoot. And then, of course, they'll ask me, surely the IRS has a very good track record of keeping this data safe. And I have to reply, no. The track record, in fact, indicates the opposite. The IRS has a terrible track record of keeping this data safe against the intrusion of actors from around the world and right here at home. And then they say, well, surely the IRS has a good track record of not mobilizing this data for political purposes. And yet again, I have to say no. In fact, the evidence indicates the IRS has mobilized this data for their own political purposes and for the political purposes across the aisle. My friends, this is horrifying. This surveillance state that is trying to be built. Hoosiers understand what's being asked of them. Trillions of dollars are being proposed to be spent, and now they're being asked to give up their personal information from their personal bank accounts to foot that bill for my colleagues across the aisle. I hope this stops here, and with that, I yield back.
From Indiana, yields back.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from
Speaker, I don't know if this microphone is working because I'm not sure my colleagues can hear me when I have asked them over and over again. Can you please disassociate yourself from the former president's statement today? It is important. But, you know, it is on topic. And by the way, what the gentleman just talked about, you know, has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. It's amazing that nobody wants to talk about what's on the floor today. But my constituents, when they talk to me, you know what they're fearful about? They're fearful about losing our democracy in their lifetime. And the inability or the unwillingness of my friends on the other side to be able to disassociate themselves with a statement by the former president, which today he said the election on November 3rd was somehow the insurrection, is stunning to me. He is tearing this country apart, and the silence and the indifference on the other side is aiding him in his quest to do that. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend and representative from Indiana.
Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the previous question. If we defeat the previous question, Republicans will amend the rule to include H.R. 5586, the Prohibiting IRS Financial Surveillance Act, legislation to prevent the IRS from snooping into Americans' personal financial accounts. Under President Biden and congressional Democrats' policies, American families continue to be squeezed by inflation at the gas pump, at the grocery store, and in their monthly energy bills. But this inflation isn't enough for them. Now they want to monitor the average American's bank account. As part of Democrats' misguided tax and spending spree, they've proposed new reporting requirements from financial institutions to the IRS regarding private account information. This vast government overreach would turn financial institutions into my district into local outposts of the IRS. all with the sole purpose of reporting Hoosiers' personal financial account information back to the government. Make no mistake, this will capture virtually every American who will be subject to increased levels of IRS intrusion in their daily lives. The IRS has already been challenged by leaks of thousands of documents, including sensitive taxpayer information. The collection of additional data would only exacerbate this problem and subject many Americans to the potential exposure of their personal information. Let's not forget that under the Obama administration, the IRS systematically targeted certain groups applying for tax-exempt status simply because of their political affiliation. I hope that we can defeat the previous question to protect the privacy of all Americans and to ensure that the IRS won't be surveilling every financial transaction. I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Indiana yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
I am as well. So,
Thank you.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority has chosen to turn the committee into a vehicle to push their own narrative, and it is clearly more interested in pursuing a partisan agenda to politicize January 6th rather than conducting a legitimate, good faith investigation into the security failures leading up to that day. As my colleague from Pennsylvania pointed out, where is the legitimate legislative purpose? The members across the aisle have yet to address what kind of legitimate legislative purposes could, might, or even possibly come out of the commission investigation. A lawful subpoena, according to the Supreme Court, needs to serve a legitimate legislative purpose. The majority leader used the words like oversight, the American people need to understand, and hold perpetrators accountable. These statements do not qualify as a legitimate legislative purpose. This is nothing more than an attempt by the Democrats to distract from the very real issues facing Americans every day. I look forward to getting back to the real work of solving the supply chain issues, reclaiming American energy production, and empowering U.S. citizens to live their lives without government interference or surveillance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the previous question, the rule, and the underlying legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Minnesota yields the balance of her time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker.
Gentleman has 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Speaker, I can't adequately express the outrage I feel about what happened in this institution on January 6th. It was not only an attack on this building, it was an attack on our democracy. And I'll tell you, if we don't have our democracy intact, you're not going to fix the supply chain issues or the energy issues or any other issues. But our democracy is in peril. It was attacked on January 6th. And Mr. Speaker, I'm the chairman of the Rules Committee, so I understand what the rules of the House are. And so I cannot say what I really feel about what went on in this chamber today with this debate. I'm disgusted, to be quite honest with you. We are trying to get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th, and many on the other side have done everything they could to frustrate that effort. And now we have somebody who doesn't want to comply with a subpoena, and we are saying, we're going to put some force behind that because we need to be able to do our oversight. We need to get to the truth, and my friends are trying to frustrate that. And then today, former President Trump issues a statement saying Insurrection Day took place on November 3rd. That was Election Day, when we were all elected. That's what he thought? That's what he thinks was an insurrection? And January 6th was just a protest. I mean, we were all here that day. We saw the violence. People lost their lives that day. People were wounded that day. People were traumatized by that day. And again, it was not just an attack on this building and the people who work here. It was an attack on our democracy. And my friends on the other side of the aisle can't even muster the courage to say that the former president was wrong in his statement. That is what fear looks like. That is what fear of Donald Trump looks like. It is so sad that a once great party has come to this. You know, I said it earlier before. I mean, members come and go. And I know people are all worried about the latest polls and where our base is and what political implications will come from this or that. But at the end of the day, you ought to be worried about your legacy, about what your children and grandchildren think. So, Mr. Speaker, please, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the rule and yes on the previous question, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The previous question is ordered. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Khanna of California pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote yea on motion to move the previous question on H-Res 727.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition? Did she hear me? Okay. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cooper, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H Resolution 727.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that Mrs. Wasserman Schultz will vote yay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Burgess of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Burgess will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Hello.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Rashida Tlaib, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote yes on the previous question.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by the Honorable Stephen Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Jody Heiss from Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Heiss will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as the member designated by Ms. Sylvia Garcia, I inform the House that Ms. Garcia will vote yes on the previous question. More. As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Alma Adams, I inform the House that Ms. Adams will vote yes on the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on the previous question.
Gentleman from New Jersey rise. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota rise?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Tlaib, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote yes on House Resolution 727.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on HRes 727. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on HRes 727.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Burgess of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Burgess will vote no on the rule. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on HRes 727.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on HRes 727.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sylvia Garcia, I inform the House that Ms. Garcia will vote yes on HRes 727. And as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on HRes 727.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Jody Heiss from Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Heiss will vote no on the rule. Is it on the rule? On HR 727.
Illinois. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRes 727.
For purposes, the gentleman from New York rise?
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, it's my turn? Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Khanna of California pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote aye on H-Res 727.
What purposes, the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H-Res 727.
What purposes, the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that Mrs. Wasserman Schultz will vote yay on H-Res 727.
What purposes, the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H-Res 727. And as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on H-Res 727.
What purposes, the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H Resolution 727.
What purposes, the gentlelady from Massachusetts rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Cooper, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on H-Res 727. And as the member designated by Ms. Frankel, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H-Res 727.
What purposes, the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, I inform the House Ms. Moore will vote yes on H-Res 727.
For what purposes, the gentlelady from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 727.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts rise?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by the Honorable Stephen Lynch of Massachusetts pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on HRes 727.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Alma Adams, I inform the House that Ms. Adams will vote yes on HRes 727. And as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on HRes 727.
what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on the rule.
The nays are 205. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, I call up House Report 117-152.
The clerk will report the title.
House Calendar number 39, House Report number 117-152, report to accompany resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Stephen K. Bannon in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
Pursuant to House Resolution 727, the report is considered read. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, I call up House Resolution 730 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 730, resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Stephen K. Bannon in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
Pursuant to House Resolution 727, the resolution is considered read and shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, and an opponent or their respective designees. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, the gentlewoman from Ms. Cheney, and the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks. Each will control 20 minutes, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, since Speaker Pelosi asked me to chair the January 6th Select Committee, I spent a lot of time thinking about the importance of what we are doing, the weight of it, the urgency. We need to give the American people answers about what happened. There needs to be swift accountability. But there are longer-term considerations too, Madam Speaker. I'm a grandfather, and when I talk to my grandkids about that horrific attack on our democracy on January 6th, my mind jumps ahead to the future in store for them. Questions about whether American democracy, as we know it now, will remain strong, whether it will withstand future tests. That's got to be the legacy of this committee's work. To be sure, we're going to answer questions about what happened on that day. But we also need to draw a roadmap for making sure our democracy remains strong tomorrow. We'll work backward at what happened and try to explain how and why the insurrection came about. But we'll also look forward and generate recommendations for legislative policy and process changes that will help ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. And when we get to the end of this process and look back, we're going to ask ourselves, did we do everything in our power to uncover every fact? Did we use the tools at our disposal to get a full accounting, or did we let someone stand in our way without facing consequences? Did we learn what we needed to know for Congress to forge legislation to help ensure we never experience another January 6th again? That's why we are taking up this resolution today, citing Steve Bannon with criminal contempt and referring him for prosecution by the Justice Department. We didn't choose to be here. This isn't about punishing Steve Bannon. The Select Committee would prefer and frankly expect all witnesses to fully cooperate. But Steve Bannon has led us down this path by refusing to cooperate in any way with our investigation. We believe Mr. Bannon has information valuable to our probe. He was deeply involved in the so-called Stop the Steal campaign. He was reportedly in a war room meeting the day before the riot and had been pressuring the former president to try to stop the counting of the Electoral College ballots. He himself warned that all hell would break loose on January 6th. We believe he can help inform our inquiry as to how the riot came together and what it was intended to achieve. He's clearly an important witness. So we subpoenaed him, and unlike other witnesses who have engaged and worked with our team to find a way to cooperate, Mr. Bannon told us he wouldn't comply because the former president told him not to. He hid behind vague and baseless claims of privilege. That's just not acceptable. The Select Committee told Mr. Bannon several times that he would face the consequences if he didn't change course. Well, he didn't change course, and his actions have brought us to this point. Madam Speaker, we need to make it clear that no person is above the law. We need to take a stand for the integrity of the Select Committee's investigation and for the integrity of this body. What sort of precedent would it set for the House of Representatives if we allow a witness to ignore us flat out without facing any kind of consequences? What message would it send to other witnesses in our investigation? I'm not willing to find out. I'm not willing to get to the end of the Select Committee's work and look back wishing we had done more to uncover all the facts, not when we know what's on the line, when we know that our democracy isn't yet out of danger, when we know that the forces that tried to overturn the election persist in their assault on the rule of law. Our investigation is going forward. We're hearing from witnesses, reviewing documents, analyzing data. Mr. Bannon stands alone in his defiance, and we will not stand for it. We will not allow anyone to derail our work because our work is too important, helping ensure that the future of American democracy is strong and sure and secure. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
Madam Speaker, a year ago today, the election was still a couple of weeks off. We knew it would be a tight race, but most of us did not anticipate that President Trump, or any president, frankly, would ever simply reject the outcome of the vote. President Trump had the right to challenge the outcome in our state and federal courts, which have an appropriate and constitutional role in resolving election claims. But what he did thereafter has no precedent in our history. He rejected the court's rulings in dozens of cases, including the rulings of judges President Trump himself appointed. He rejected what his own Department of Justice officials told him over and over again, that they found no evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to overcome the election. He rejected the conclusions of both the Department of Justice and the intelligence community that the Dominion voting machines had not secretly changed the election outcome. President Trump had no factual or constitutional basis for his claims, and the lawyers he found who would carry his false claims forward have paid the consequences. Rudy Giuliani's license to practice law has been suspended, and Sidney Powell has been sanctioned by a federal judge. But Donald Trump persisted, attempting through every manner he could imagine to try to overturn the outcome of the election. And we all saw what happened. The people who attacked this building have told us on video, on social media, and now before the federal courts exactly what motivated them. They believed what Donald Trump told them, that the election was stolen and that they needed to take action. Today, Madam Speaker, we are here to address one witness, Mr. Steve Bannon. I urge all Americans to watch what Mr. Bannon said on his podcast on January 5th and 6th. It is shocking and indefensible. He said all hell is going to break loose. He said, quote, "We are coming in right over the target. This is the point of attack we have always wanted." Madam Speaker, there are people in this chamber right now who were evacuated with me and with the rest of us on that day during that attack. People who now seem to have forgotten the danger of the moment, the assault on the Constitution, the assault on our Congress. People who you will hear argue that there is simply no legislative purpose for this committee, for this investigation, or for this subpoena. In fact, there is no doubt that Mr. Bannon knows far more than what he said on the video. There is no doubt that all hell did break loose. Just ask the scores of brave police officers who were injured that day protecting all of us. The American people deserve to hear his testimony. Let me give you just 4 examples of the legislative purpose of this investigation. First, the plot we are investigating, involving Mr. Eastman, Mr. Giuliani, Mr. Bannon, President Trump, and many others. Their plot attempted to halt or delay our count of electoral votes and reverse the outcome of the 2020 election. The 1887 Electoral Count Act is directly at issue, and our investigation will lead to recommendations to amend or reform that act. Second, while the attack was underway, President Trump knew it was happening. Indeed, he may have been watching it all unfold on television, and yet he took no immediate action to stop it. This appears to be a supreme dereliction of duty by President Trump, and we are evaluating whether our criminal laws should be enhanced to supply additional and more severe consequences for this type of behavior. Third, we know from our investigation to date that President Trump was pressuring the Department of Justice in late December 2020 to support his false claims that the election was stolen. Several brave and honorable Trump appointees at the department flatly refused to go along with this fraud and threatened to resign. We are evaluating what, if any, additional laws may be required to prevent a future president from succeeding in any such effort. Fourth, we know that President Trump made efforts to persuade state election officials to, quote, find votes, to change the election outcome in his favor. We are evaluating whether the criminal laws of the United States should be enhanced to make the penalty for this type of behavior even more severe, and if so, in what manner. Mr. Bannon's own public statements make clear he knew what was going to happen before it did, and thus he must have been aware of and may well have been involved in the planning of everything that played out on that day. The American people deserve to know what he knew and what he did. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Indiana.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 3 months ago, for the first time in the history of Congress, Speaker Pelosi vetoed Jim Jordan and I from serving on the Select Committee to investigate January 6th. Not all firsts are worth celebrating. It was a shameful and divisive decision with real consequences. Today, because of that decision, there is no committee conducting a legitimate investigation into January 6th. Congress is prohibited from conducting criminal investigations, period. But that's exactly what the Select Committee is doing, conducting an illicit criminal investigation into American citizens. Steve Bannon was a private citizen before, after, and during January 6th. So why is the Select Committee interested in Steve Bannon? It's simple. He is a Democrat Party boogeyman. The Select Committee despises Steve Bannon's politics, so they're abusing their power to put him in jail. The committee explained it's seeking documents from Mr. Bannon because he helped, quote, construct and participated in the permitted and legal Stop the Steal rally. To date, the Select Committee has subpoenaed 11 other private citizens for organizing the Stop the Steal rally. Here, in the land of the free, 12 American citizens are under congressional investigation for the sole crime of planning a legal political protest. Never in the history of Congress has a committee or a political party stooped so low. Congress has no authority to conduct criminal investigations. Congress can only issue subpoenas that serve a legislative purpose. The question that the committee must answer is, why are they seeking information about a permitted political rally? What legislative purpose does that serve? Is the committee considering laws to limit Americans' right to political protest? It's clear that the Select Committee doesn't give a lick about Congress's subpoena authority. Does the committee share the same disdain for the First Amendment? I wouldn't put it past them. As we all know, the DOJ has a highly active criminal investigation into the January 6th attack. They've made something like 600 arrests. As I said, very active, even hyperactive, compared to the Biden DOJ's typical reaction to political violence. But the Department of Justice's investigation isn't comprehensive. There are still questions that only Congress can answer. Congress still has a role to play. But the Select Committee has completely abandoned that role. Why else does the Select Committee want to hear from Mr. Bannon? Because on January 5th, Mr. Bannon warned that, quote, all hell was going to break loose tomorrow. So according to the Select Committee, no person could have predicted that violence might occur that day. According to the committee, that Mr. Bannon warned of violence on the 5th is proof that Mr. Bannon had, quote, foreknowledge of the attack on the 6th. Never mind that the FBI found that the attack wasn't coordinated. Never mind that the Capitol Police received actionable intelligence about a potential violence occurring weeks before the 6th. Never mind that every member of Congress, every single DC resident, every American with internet access knew that violence was a possibility on January 6th. The question the committee should be asking is this: how did the United States Capitol Police, the DC Metropolitan Police, and the FBI all have no clue that, quote, all hell was going to break loose? Steve Bannon, a private citizen, knew. So why didn't the Capitol Police have enough riot shields? Why did it take multiple hours to deploy the National Guard? These are worthwhile questions, and Congress has a duty to answer them. Because January 6th was an enormous intelligence failure. There was a breakdown in security, a breakdown that was repeated on Good Friday when Officer Billy Evans was brutally murdered. The issues that plagued the Capitol Police on January 6th have not been fixed. In fact, according to a Capitol Police whistleblower, the officers most responsible for the intelligence failure on the 6th were promoted by Speaker Pelosi's team. To be clear, the Select Committee is engaged in an unconstitutional political investigation, a sham investigation conducted by a sham committee that refuses to answer real questions about what happened on January 6th. The Capitol was attacked, and instead of figuring out what went wrong, the committee launched its own attack on Congress's norms. The Select Committee's politicization of January 6th cuts both ways. The committee's inaction has made the Capitol less secure, and the committee's actions have further separated Congress from its constitutional roles. The American people and the United States Capitol Police deserve a real investigation into the 6th, and the Select Committee has abandoned them. I urge all of my colleagues to make the moral vote, do the right thing. I urge you to vote for the rule of law, for the institution of Congress, and against the Select Committee's dangerous abuse of Congress's oversight authority. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi.
Madam Speaker, I heard the Speaker opposing this amendment. We're not seeking actually information from Mr. Bannon because of his opinions. We issued the subpoena because we believe he's knowledge of relevant facts that we need to discover. We're not violating anything, and certainly not Mr. Bannon's amendment rights. The only violation we can talk about is the violation of this building on January 6th. And Mr. Bannon's claim that the election was stolen helped foment that attack. Investigating that is also part of our charter. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to correct the record. The gentleman from Indiana asserted that the FBI has found there was no coordination. That's just simply not true. The gentleman also said that he is not on the committee. He noted that the Speaker had determined that he wouldn't be on the committee. So I would like to introduce for the record a number of letters the gentleman from Indiana has been sending to federal agencies dated September 16th, 2021, for example, signing his name as the ranking member of the committee. He's just informed the House that he's not on and that he, in fact, is not on. I'd like to introduce those for the record. And now, Madam Speaker, I would like to yield to Representative Lofgren.
Time.
I would like to yield 3 minutes, Madam Speaker.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would note that the gentleman from Indiana is incorrect. We are not pursuing a law enforcement investigation. Only the DOJ can do that. What we are doing is taking the steps that are provided for under the congressional contempt statute that has existed for many decades, because the Select Committee's charge is to get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th. Who planned it? Who paid for it? What was the intent? And what legislative steps can we recommend to remove future threats to our Constitution? To do that, we need information, both documents and testimony, and to get that, we issue subpoenas. Now, what is a subpoena? Is it just a suggestion, a mere request, an encouragement to testify? Nope. A subpoena is a writ issued by a government agency, in this case the Congress, to compel testimony or production of evidence. When you get a subpoena, the law requires you to comply. If you think there may be some valid reason that excuses you from telling the truth under oath, you have to come in and make your case to the committee. Steve Bannon is the only person who's outright refused to engage with the committee. He thinks that if he simply obstructs Congress by not showing up, he'll escape the consequences. But as Theodore Roosevelt said, no man is above the law and no man is below the law. If you get a subpoena, you can't hide behind vague, immaterial claims of privilege. The cases make it clear. Judicial Watch, Nixon versus GSA, the McGahn case, executive privilege is limited to immediate White House advisors on government policy. Bannon's a private citizen. His extravagant claims can't shield his conversations and plotting with other private citizens. His status, according to the cases, doesn't get executive privilege protection. He has no absolute immunity. America, what would happen if you received a subpoena from Congress or a court? Do you think you could get away with just saying, go fly a kite? You'd be held accountable. And so should Mr. Bannon be held to account for defying the law regarding this subpoena. To defend the rule of law, we must vote yes on this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time to the gentlelady.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Madam Speaker, no one has said that the Select Committee doesn't have a legislative purpose. Let's be very clear. There's important work that, frankly, we wish they were doing, like answering why this campus was left unprotected and what we are doing to keep it from happening again. That hasn't happened yet. What we are saying is that the subpoenas that have so far been issued do not ask for information that would meet any legitimate legislative purpose. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield to my colleague from the great state of Illinois, Mr. Davis.
For what amount of time, please?
As much time as he may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my friend and colleague from Indiana, Mr. Banks. I can tell you when I got elected to serve in this body almost 9 years ago, I didn't expect to be standing here today to talk about such an important issue. I spent 16 years as a congressional staffer working for a member of Congress who I looked up to and who respected this institution for what it was and what it meant to our country. And when I came to Congress to serve with him, I had that utmost respect for this institution at the same time. That's why I wanted to be part of the House Administration Committee, because I wanted to make this Congress and this House work better, act in a much more bipartisan manner, make sure that we protect those who are on this campus, but also at the same time protect those who protect us. And Madam Speaker, we are now months and months post January 6th. My many conversations with U.S. Capitol Police officers and those who work on this campus, they have the same concerns I have. The question they ask is, why were we so unprotected on January 6th? And what has changed since then? Getting to the bottom of those questions should be the top priority for all of us in this House. There are serious security vulnerabilities that have not been addressed by this House in 11 months after January 6th, and this is what the majority has decided to spend its time on, holding a private citizen who wasn't even part of the administration at the time in contempt for refusing to comply with House Democrats' subpoenas. This is after more than 600 people have been arrested for their role in the tragedies we saw on January 6th. And when I get the article, I would like to submit for the record, Madam Speaker, a Reuters article that talks about senior officials stating at the FBI that there was no organized effort to overthrow the government on January 6th. So I will submit it once I get a copy of that. I did not bring it with me. But our job, again, is to secure this Capitol. We've never seen a breach like the one that we saw that day. And it's our responsibility to make sure it doesn't happen again. But that hasn't been done under the leadership of this House. We've had 2 independent reports regarding January 6th. One bipartisan report in the Senate and another one commissioned by the Speaker herself. And that came out in March. These have never been acted on. But this is what the Select Committee has been working on. The Capitol Police IG has released 7 reports related to January 6th, making recommendations on what is needed to secure this Capitol. To my disappointment, the majority has not acted in a meaningful way to ensure all 103 IG findings are implemented. These reports have all told us what the problems are and the recommendations on how to fix them. But Congress, us, have failed to even debate these changes, let alone act on them. We know massive changes to intel, perimeter protection, training, leadership structure, decision-making processes, and many, many more are needed, but neither the Select Committee nor the Committee on House Administration seem at all interested in ensuring these changes are made. The Committee on House Administration, which has oversight of security, hasn't held a single hearing since August 5th, with no upcoming hearings scheduled according to the majority's website. And the Select Committee, right now, as we see, is just purely focused on political subpoenas. And without objection, I'd like to introduce these articles into the record, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Additionally, a number of questions from that day still remain unanswered. I'm still waiting for the Speaker of the House to answer a letter I sent her back in February that asked why the National Guard requests by then Police Chief Son were denied. And why was the Speaker's office and the Speaker involved in eventually approving the request? Why the House Sergeant at Arms has refused to comply with preservation and production requests from my office. And we have many, many more questions about why the Capitol was so unprepared that day. Our top priority should be ensuring our Capitol is never as vulnerable as it was on January 6th. But this majority has done absolutely nothing to make the security changes needed to make this Capitol safer. Madam Speaker, we must do better. We have not fixed the institutional problems with our security apparatus that led to the lack of preparation, the danger that our brave officers were put in on that day and any other possible day like that in the future. That's a failure of leadership in this institution. We must fix the problems that led to the terrible security posture here. And I will tell you, after witnessing what we saw in a few different days and security postures that this House was put into a couple of other days since January 6th, and I urge you to talk to the brave officers that stand around these buildings and protect all of us every day. Ask them the same question I do. Ask them if we have put them in a better position than they were in on January 5th. And the answer out of every single officer I ask that question to is no. What is stopping this House from fixing the problems? It's a lack of will. It's a lack of focusing on the true issues that led for them to be put in a dangerous spot on January 5th. Instead, we're talking politics. It's wrong. and we must do better. I've said time and time again, and I stand willing to work with my Democrat colleagues to make this House, this Capitol, safer for everyone. Instead, it's all about political points like the one being scored today. I'm disappointed. You can tell. My frustration is going to continue to boil over until we're in a position to fix the problems that I've laid out and that we know exist. I yield back.
Gentleman from Mississippi.
Madam Speaker, in response to gentleman from Illinois' statement, the first hearing of the Select Committee, we actually held and interviewed 4 officers who put their lives on line defending all of us who work here in this body. So I assure you, my directions to the committee have always been, we'll look at all the facts and circumstances surrounding what occurred. We're genuinely interested in getting to the facts. We're working to get the answers, and that's why we are on the floor today, to get answers from Steve Bannon about what he knew, what he did leading up to January 6th. Also, the gentleman from Indiana, I'm glad he finally agreed that the Select Committee has a legitimate legislative purpose. And that's why we're here today pursuing that legislative purpose. So I'm happy that the record will reflect his comments. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, a valued member of the Select Committee.
For 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution to refer Stephen Bannon to the Department of Justice for prosecution for contempt of Congress. You know, it didn't have to be this way. Mr. Bannon, a self-professed patriot, could have done the patriotic thing and cooperated with our bipartisan committee. If Mr. Bannon is proud of the role he played in connection with January 6th, he should be eager to tell his side of the story. And instead, he's acting like a man who has something to hide. Our committee seeks only the truth. That is our legal charge and our moral obligation. We cannot let any individual impede our inquiry, and we will not tolerate Mr. Bannon's evasion. And why must we be so unrelenting in our pursuit of truth? Because on January 6th, the greatest nation on earth came under attack. And this attack wasn't carried out by officials in Beijing, Moscow, or Tehran, or foreign terrorists even. It was an attack conducted by our fellow citizens, regular Americans who were radicalized because they believed outrageous lies fed to them by other Americans in positions of power and influence. The attack was launched against the seat and symbol of our republic. It was designed to disrupt the certification of the presidential election results, to defy the will of the voters. This was no peaceful protest in a proud American tradition. It was violent and vicious. Members of the mob wielded weapons. They called for the death of the vice president. They hunted members of Congress. They caused severe harm to law enforcement officers. And the real disservice to the police comes from those who want to whitewash the violence of January 6th and pretend that the riot of that day was anything short of the violent attack it was, aimed at derailing the peaceful transfer of power. America's not just a place, it's an idea. And on January 6th, there was an attack on the very idea of America. And I believe that patriots of all political stripes should want to protect our capital, this country, and her Constitution. Our committee will make a full accounting of what happened.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
And will make recommendations to ensure it never happens again.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the Vice Chair for yielding. Like many of my colleagues, I was right here on the House floor when the violent mob attacked our Capitol. I saw those doors shaking, nearly overrun with rioters attempting to enter. I saw my colleagues shed their jackets and roll up their sleeves, preparing for the eventuality. And I saw Capitol Police acting quickly and thoughtfully to conduct a successful evacuation of members from this chamber. Their actions undoubtedly saved lives. What we didn't know at the time was that on the steps of the Capitol were the Capitol and the Metro PD officers engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Officer Michael Fanone told us he was grabbed, beaten, and tased, all while being called a traitor to this country. This is what officers dealt with to defend our democracy. Some lost their lives. Many are still living with both the physical wounds and the trauma that they suffered that day. This is what our officers dealt with to defend democracy. Officer Harry Dunn told us more than 6 months later, January 6th still isn't over for me. These officers are heroes. I want to thank the chair and the vice chair for their leadership in making our first hearing directly from those heroes in their own words. We wanted to hear and make sure that all of our colleagues in this country heard firsthand what we experienced on the ground that day. We asked them to explain the violence they had to endure to protect our democratic process. And in return, they made one simple request: to get to the bottom of this. They want answers, and quite frankly, they deserve answers. So far, both the Metro PD and the Capitol Police have been excellent allies in this investigation. They've cooperated, shared their stories and expertise, and provided us with key evidence and accounts of the violence they endured that day. And we owe it to them to see this investigation through. The vote we take today is a crucial step toward removing a roadblock in our investigation. We owe it to every officer who put their life on the line that day and every day to protect us here in the Capitol. We owe them answers, and this committee intends to get to those answers by all means necessary. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you. I yield back to the
Gentleman from Indiana.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, an Iraq and Afghanistan Air Force veteran and a lieutenant colonel in the Air National Guard.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman for yielding. Let me just say first, Madam Speaker, as a Republican, don't let my side use the security posture as the straw man argument in this. The reality is that's the equivalent of blaming the victim of a crime for the crime. And while it is important, that's not what we're here to talk about today. Madam Speaker, voting on a criminal contempt resolution is not the position we hoped to be in, but Steve Bannon went out of his way to earn this resolution before us, and now we must approve it. Mr. Bannon's willful disregard for the Select Committee's subpoena demonstrates his utter contempt for the American people's right to know how the attacks on January 6 came about. He has advanced a ludicrous legal argument in support of his decision not to cooperate or comply, a decision that defies the rule of law and rejects the will of the American people. Mr. Bannon's reported actions put him near the center of the investigation into the events surrounding January 6th. His own words strongly suggest that the actions of the mob that stormed the Capitol and invaded this very chamber came as no surprise to him. He and a few others were by all accounts involved in planning that day's events and encouraged by those who attacked the Capitol, our officers, and our democracy. I have no doubt that Mr. Bannon's scorn for our subpoena is real, but no one, and I repeat, no one, is above the law, and we need to hear from him. As the Select Committee's contempt report states, it was Mr. Bannon who on January 5th predicted with chilling accuracy, quote, "all hell is going to break loose tomorrow." On his radio show that day, he stated, quote, "it's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen. Okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. All I can say is strap in. You made this happen, and tomorrow it's game day. So strap in. Let's get ready." And it was Mr. Bannon who is recorded as saying, quote, "it's all converging, and now we're on the point of attack tomorrow." Mr. Bannon said these things publicly as a private citizen, someone deeply involved with Stop the Steal movement, and he said them nearly 3 years after leaving his job at the White House. Mr. Bannon was also reportedly among the small group of Trump confidants assembled at the Willard Hotel to discuss plans to stop or delay the January 6th count. Is it any wonder that the Select Committee needs to hear from him, that we want to see related materials that he has. Furthermore, does anyone really believe Mr. Bannon's actions are covered by a blanket, no questions asked claim of executive privilege, one the former president has never actually made? Madam Speaker, Steve Bannon is a key witness to the Select Committee's probe. He has yet to say or produce anything in response to the subpoena, and his assertion of executive privilege is far-fetched in the extreme and not his to make. I urge my colleagues to join me to support the contempt resolution, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the distinguished gentlelady from Wyoming, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Donald Trump said the insurrection took place on November 3rd. No, Mr. Trump, I'm sorry. That's what we call an election in America, an election that was validated by more than 60 federal and state courts, including before 8 judges nominated to the bench by President Trump himself, and all the way up to the United States Supreme Court, all of them rejecting every claim of electoral fraud and corruption that was advanced. We know an insurrection when we see one in this body because we lived through one. Under the banner of this continuing and deranged big lie, the Stop the Steal movement brought down a violent insurrection against this Congress and an attempted coup against Vice President Mike Pence. They interrupted the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history. They caused the worst attack on Congress since the War of 1812, and they injured and wounded more than 140 police officers, Capitol officers, Metropolitan Police Department officers, and others, breaking their noses, breaking their necks, breaking their vertebrae, breaking their arms, breaking their legs, breaking their hearts and their spirits. We are investigating the attack on American democracy because we are Americans. We are investigating the attack on Congress by domestic enemies of our Constitution because we are sworn to do so by our oaths of office. But now, the big lie has become a big cover-up. After being impeached twice by the House, after losing in 61 different courts, after seeing a 57-43 vote against him in the U.S. Senate in the most sweeping bipartisan Senate presidential conviction vote in American history, Trump now tries to get his followers like Steve Bannon not to testify here and not to turn over evidence that they have about this vicious assault on American democracy. In America, when you are subpoenaed to testify in court or in Congress, you show up, period. You can invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination to specific questions if you think you committed a crime. You can claim executive privilege to specific questions if you think you're President of the United States. But you cannot blow off a subpoena in America. You cannot sit on your couch and defy the people's representatives in Congress. So we must enforce the rule of law here, my colleagues. We must do it. If you act deliberately with sneering, cavalier contempt for the American people and their representatives, we will hold you in contempt. We will get to the truth of the violent assault on America. I yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Speaker, you don't have to look far to realize the absurdity of what's happening in Congress today. In fact, Politico just reported moments ago that the Capitol Police whistleblower is telling Politico that they have not been contacted by the January 6th Select Committee, the Capitol Police whistleblower. He said that the United States Capitol Police deserves more scrutiny than it's gotten so far, and that he would talk to investigators if they reach out to him. And the Select Committee has not reached out to the Capitol Police whistleblower. Yet here we are today focused on holding a private citizen in contempt, an unprecedented action by this sham committee and their sham investigation. With that, I yield to my colleague from Florida, Mr. Gates. 2 minutes.
How much time?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Why are we here on the floor of the House of Representatives listening to the Democrats and socialists and their Republican puppets reviewing Steve Bannon's podcast? Can't imagine that that would be the case if they actually had a bill, a reconciliation deal, legislation to help the American people. We're not here because of democracy. Save me the alligator tears on that. These are the folks who assaulted our democracy for 2 years under the specter of the Russia hoax. And it's sure not about violence, because they didn't seem to give a damn when our country was being engulfed in flames during the riots in the summer of 2020. It's not about congressional process. If it was about congressional process, Democrats would be doing what they have done in other cases. They would go to court. But the reason they haven't gone to court, like they did for Trump's taxes, in the Deutsche Bank subpoenas, in the Mazars matter, or in the Don McGahn matter, is because in each of those circumstances, they did not prevail in court. The courts realized that their subpoenas were overly broad. So instead of using the real process, here we are just enduring this politics. And because they can't build back better, they've just decided to build back meaner. I yield back.
Gentleman from Mississippi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for the record, again, the gentleman from Indiana referenced the whistleblower. We have not talked to the whistleblower, but we've talked to the whistleblower's lawyer. And we're doing our work. So clearly, since he's quoting Politico, I want him to just get the record straight. Madam Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to a gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Luria, who served 2 decades in the Navy and was among the first women to serve in the Navy's nuclear power program.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We reaffirmed that oath on January 3rd. Yet only 3 days later in this very chamber, this body was assaulted while carrying out the peaceful transfer of power, the very hallmark of our democracy. I first took that oath when I was 17 years old and entered the Naval Academy. I was willing to put my life on the line to serve my country and protect the foundation of this republic, a foundation that was shaken but not broken on January 6th. Mr. Bannon, a former naval officer like me, at one point understood this oath. He took it multiple times. He served his country honorably in the Navy. I don't know what happened between the time Lieutenant Bannon left the Navy and today. What forces corrupted his understanding of this oath? Mr. Bannon has been given the opportunity to voluntarily provide information relative to the work of our committee, but he's not complied. But truly, this is larger than Mr. Bannon, and this is larger than this investigation, and this is larger than the tragic and horrific events of January 6th. This vote is a test of that oath. To my colleagues who chose to vote against enforcing the subpoena, you're saying to all future men and women who are called before this body that they can ignore a subpoena from Congress without consequence. You can make that choice today, but that will be a vote to abdicate the power of the legislative branch in which you are elected to serve. That would be a vote to undermine the government and the Constitution which you took an oath to support and defend. The consequences of that vote won't be limited to this investigation and this subpoena alone. Your vote will do serious, long-lasting damage to Congress as an institution. And that, in turn, will do serious damage to our country, which we all love so dearly. We ask our young men and women in uniform to go forth every day and protect us, to protect this republic, to protect our form of government. I'm asking you to do the same, to protect our democracy from those forces to destroy it within. And I yield back the remainder of our time.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Look, we've seen the worst 10 months of any administration in history. We went from a secure border to chaos. We went from safe streets to violent crime. We've seen stable prices turn into inflation and empty shelves. The respect around the world we had is now turned into the debacle that was the exit from Afghanistan. And we went from peace in the Middle East with the Abraham Accords to thousands of rockets being fired on our friend and ally Israel, not to mention energy independence, to now the spectacle of the President of the United States begging OPEC to increase production. But what scares me most is what this administration and Democrats are doing to freedom. Every right we enjoy under the First Amendment has been assaulted over the last year. Your right to practice your faith, still places today in the country where a full congregation can't meet on Sunday morning. Your right to petition your government, your right to assemble, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, every single one's been attacked. We just learned in the Judiciary Committee from the Attorney General. Attorney General, National School Boards Association on last month, September 29th, sends a letter to the President of the United States asking the FBI to get involved in local school board matters. 5 days later, the Attorney General issues a memo to do just that. First sentence of the memo says this. This is the Attorney General's memo. In recent months, there's been a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, threats at school board meetings. We ask him a simple question. What's the evidence for that spike in threats? What's the data? What did you review? Guess what his answer was? His only evidence, the only thing he reviewed, was the letter from the School Boards Association, from a political organization. And now they're going to target parents at school board meetings, and we have the January 6th committee issuing subpoena after subpoena. 11 of the people they've issued subpoenas to were names on an application asking the government for permission to hold the rally. Independent individuals exercising their First Amendment right to assemble asked the government for permission. The government granted them permission, and now these 20 and 30-year-olds whose name are on that application, they're going to be deposed by these guys for simply exercising their first. Here's what they're asking them. Here's what they ask them. We want to know who the selection of speakers, who the speakers were and how were they selected. We want to know any communications these people who put their names on a permit, got permission from the government. We want to know any member of Congress you talked to. Wow. Your right to petition your government? That's what they want to subpoena. That's why they're subpoenaing these people? This is scary where they want to go. I mean, these questions, coordination of speakers, discussions of content. This sounds like what the IRS did to people 10 years ago when they were asking 501c groups applying for tax-exempt status. Do you pray at the start of your meeting? I mean, first it's school boards, then it's people applying for a permit. We saw what they did to people, what the IRS did to people just a few years ago. Not to mention what else the committee's doing. Preservation letters to all the carriers, all the companies. Preserve every call, every email, every text. Think about that. Every call someone made to hundreds and hundreds, supposedly, according to news reports, they've done this for. Text to your spouse, calls to your mom, preserve it all. And this is just what we know about. This is just what's been reported. I mean, now Steve Bannon. Mr. Bannon is a target of the investigation, because, quote, this is from the Select Committee's own report, quote, his efforts to plan political activity. That's the standard. You're involved in political activity, they're going to investigate you. We know what this is really about. This is about getting at President Trump. Tried to stop President Trump before he was even elected with the Russia investigation. Tried to remove President Trump from office twice. While he was in office, they tried to do that. And now they're trying to get him after the fact, after he's left. All because this guy cut taxes, reduced regulations, greatest economy in 50 years, lowest unemployment, all because he built the wall, got us out of the Iran deal, put the embassy in Jerusalem. When President Trump was president, Americans got their Christmas presents on time, but they're coming after him. The Reuters story said this: the FBI has found no evidence that President Trump or people directly around him were involved in organizing the violence. They don't care. The FBI has no evidence. Senate report said no evidence of a coordinated plan. They don't care. They're going to drag these 11 people into subpoenas, in for depositions with subpoenas, because they're so determined to get their political enemies.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Mississippi.
Yield back. Thank
you. Madam Chair, the Vice Chair of the committee put in record the fact that the FBI and Department of Justice declared no such thing in terms of January 6th. So the assertion that somehow they've conducted an investigation is just not true. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, the distinguished chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we are here this afternoon to test a proposition as old as the country's founding. Are we a nation of laws? We are here because one man has decided that we are now only a nation of men, and that rich and powerful men need not follow the law. And the question we must confront is nothing less than this: is he right? Are some people now truly above the law, beholden to nothing and no one, free to ignore the law and without consequence? Congress is investigating the worst attack on our Capitol in over a century, made worse still by the fact it was carried out by our own people, people who had been misled to believe that their election had been stolen and that violence was now justified. People who are still being misled by a dangerous lie that may lead to even more bloodshed. This is not some theoretical matter. We were here. We heard the doors breaking, the glass shattering, the cries from outside the chamber, and we saw the bloody results, the officers injured and those who died. And in the wake of the horrors of that day, a day in which the Capitol Police put their lives on the line to defend our democracy, it falls on us to defend that same democracy, albeit at far less risk to ourselves. The founders intended that ambition should be made to check ambition. If we fail to uphold Congress's power to compel information, then we cease to be a co-equal branch of government, unable to perform our oversight or check any abuses of executive power. Take away a court's power to subpoena witnesses, and it fails to be a court. Take away the Congress's ability to do the same, and it fails to be a Congress, becoming instead a mere plaything for a corrupt executive. Do not believe for one moment that if we fail to hold Steve Bannon accountable, that he will be the exception. He will become the rule, not a rule of law, but the misrule of men. Either we are all equal before the law or none of us is. This is the essence of our democracy. And as Lincoln said, whatever differs from this, to the extent of the difference, is no democracy. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
Could I inquire as to how much time is remaining, Madam Speaker?
The gentlelady from Wyoming has 5.5 minutes. Gentleman from Mississippi has 2 minutes, and the gentleman from Indiana has no time remaining.
All right, I'm prepared to close then, Madam Speaker.
Gentlelady is recognized to close.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, just outside this chamber, over the north door in Statuary Hall, which was the old House chamber, stands a statue of Cleo, the muse of history. She's one of the oldest works of art in our Capitol. She stands in a winged chariot, the chariot of time, and she takes notes in her book, reminding all of us that our words and our actions will be judged by history. History particularly will judge those of us in positions of public trust for what we are doing today. In the immediate aftermath of the attack, Madam Speaker, we all recognized how profoundly wrong January 6th was. My colleague from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, who just suggested that we were here because we opposed President Trump's policies, seems to have forgotten that actually on January 6th, he himself said, quote, "What happened today is wrong and is not what America is about." The next day, Mr. Jordan said, "What happened Wednesday is a tragedy. Everyone knows it's as wrong can be." And today, Madam Speaker, the former president suggested that the violence was justified. My colleagues in the Republican Party, the Republican members of this body, have to understand, have to recognize that there's a moment when politics must stop if we want to defend and protect our institutions. A violent assault on the Capitol to stop a constitutional process of counting electoral votes is that moment. They all knew that on that day. In fact, the minority leader himself stood in this chamber and said, quote, "The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding." Mr. McCarthy was right then. The president bears responsibility. We need to know what happened. This body must have the ability to understand what caused the attack, to understand who was responsible, and to take legislative action to ensure that it never happens again. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this motion for contempt for Mr. Steve Bannon. I urge them to do so because it is right, it is morally right, it is constitutionally right, and it is all of our duty. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Over the last hour, we've heard a lot about what we are not debating today. The Select Committee is charged with investigating a deadly attack on the seat of our democracy and making recommendations to ensure it never happens again. I can't think of anything more serious, but many of our colleagues would rather talk about anything else. I think I know why. I think they are performing for an audience of one. I do, however, want to commend my colleagues on the Select Committee for laying out clearly why the House must cite Mr. Bannon for contempt. If our investigation is to succeed, if the House's constitutional authority to investigate and legislate is to remain robust, then we cannot let this man flout the laws with impunity. The Select Committee is made up of people of character, of profound commitment to public service and our Constitution. They all elevate the committee's work. I especially want to thank and acknowledge our Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney, for her leadership and partnership. There's no doubt in my mind that history will record her courage in stark relief. History will record all of what we do here today. We can be on the right side or the wrong side. I urge all my colleagues to remember that as we cast this vote, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution
Madam
is
Speaker,
agreed to.
I
For
request
what
a
purpose
recorded
does the
vote.
gentleman from Indiana rise?
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jody Heiss from Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Height will vote no on H.R. 730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, I inform the House Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRES 730. And as a member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on HRES 730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, I wish to inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on HRES 730.
Hang on one second. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts rise?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by the Honorable Stephen Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on HRES 730.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRES 730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, I inform the House Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on HRES 730. And as the member designated by Ms. Alma Adams of North Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Adams will vote yes on HRES 730.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cooper, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on HRES 730. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on HRES 730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Khanna of California pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote aye on HRES 730.
Where's this guy from? What purpose? For what purpose is the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stewart of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote nay on HRES 730.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on HRES 730.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sylvia Garcia, I inform the House that Ms. Garcia will vote yes on HRES 730. And as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on HRES 730.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Tlaib, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote yes on House Res 730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H Resolution 730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that Mrs. Wasserman Schultz will vote yea on HRES 730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on HRES 730. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on HRES 730.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
The member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on HRES 730.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HRES 730.
Gentleman from Virginia rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on HRS 730.
What purpose is the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on HRes 730.
On this vote, the yeas are 229, the nays are 202. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.